Morning, guys. This is kind of my short-term pivot here. This is from Friday. This 61 to 70 is our first little area of retest. Really solid bounce off of our 15s, but we do need to be able to get over the 61 to 70 on NQ if we're going to look for more here. Also, your previous day value low rejection. So this is definitely our first major resistance on the day. We've got quite a bit of pressure at this 45 to like 35 below us. This would be the first area I'd be looking to see if we were going to be able to develop a higher low. This is our value high on the day, but this is also our weekly AVWAP that would be coming back down into. So I'm interested at this 35 level here and this node, if we are going to be able to get a hold and a bounce off of this, or if we're going to start to make this node resistance for a full retrace back down. So really interested, again, as we approach into this. See if we find a buyer or if it's just going to continue to sell. Immediate bounce so far off of our 35. Again, need to see a push above this 61 to 70 for anything more, or this is more than likely going to come back down into this 15 where we see the POC shift on the day. Small bounce, but nothing to write home about as of yet. Need to see a 35 bid here, ideally. Trying to continue higher. Nope, not ready. Coming back down into our low. Watching this 15. Still watching just this 15. This is our POC shifts and our value low, so it's a very important retest to see if sellers are serious. If they are, then we should be expecting a push down into this low, our ETH low and our 890. If we can get back above, we should be able to rotate back up to 30s. Like to see our overnight high here retest is supportive on the Russell if it was going to bounce. We come back down into it, you're looking for that to be our bounce point. If this becomes our resistance, right, we'll be looking for more downside. So far, NQ rejecting off of our value low pivot for that push down into ETH low. Still waiting on the Russell here. Pushing into the target now, 890. Immediate bounce off of 890, looking for a continuation of lower highs if this is going to continue to sell. 15s are opened. Pushing back up into our 915. Our first little break of our last lower high. I'd like to see the ability to build above here if we were going to get continuation off of our hold of 890, right? We want to see this be able to build here off of our previous seller. Push back up into our 28. Russell did the full move, pushed back down to our 49. Needs to retest our overnight high for continuation up, or just a breakout, or we're just trapped in our current balance. Trying to hold our 15s now on NQ.
Shortly expecting the gilt sale results from the UK.
Retesting our value low here. RTY pushing back up. Back down to our lows here into 890. Let's see if the offer can now hold our overnight low. And this 890 is resistance. Basically just watching this area now for resistance to hold.
So the Bank of England sells 750 million
And any
pounds
sort of
of bonds
retest
in
if you're going to
auction
get
and
continuation
receives
down. Russell retesting
1.53
our
billion
highs.
pounds in bids, and the APF gilt sale operation cover ratio was 2.03.
Expect RTY to be the short-term pivot here to be into this 56.8. Need to see a pretty strong look above that. Just want to continue to point out that we have this supportive area on ES. We should be kind of considering this 515 to 525 as buy side until we're able to fill this. So every look down into this, we just want to be really looking at this area as a potential buy side. We've been bouncing here over and over and over again on these lows on ES for the last week. These are the unfilled single prints. We continue to bounce at this 20. This is our overnight low. It's also our low on Friday. That continues to hold this 20 to 25 area. If we ever lose this, right, we'll start to be able to look down, but I would really need to see like this 15 become resistance for that continuation down, or we expect chop and buy side to kind of absorb here and then push us back up if we're back going to hold balance. That's pretty much it for NQ or for ES, this 25 to 15 below. Above, right, we have this 35, 38. We need to be able to get over. The previous day value high is at 38. 37, 38, same thing. Just as we approach into this, expect this to be kind of your gap fill and sell side to either interact by keeping us within yesterday's balance or holding us above, right? On a look above, we'll be looking for that previous day value high to become supportive for that push up into our overnight high at 46. But not too sure what happens yet until we find out how we interact into this gap. But as long as that 25 is holding us supportive, this is the range, you know? Nothing has changed from last week in that sense. Gap fill now on ES. Again, would really like to see 38s become supportive if you're going to get anything more. So your previous day value high at 37s, your gap fill 38s. Really want to see the look above and the ability to kind of build and flag here. Good hold of our 15s. Still need to see that push over 36s on NQ. Good look over 38s here on ES for that move back up. Love to see a retest of our previous day value if it was going to retest, right? Like that'd be ideal just to clarify structure. But the look above is fine if we want to just retest the highs. It's no big deal. Pushing into target now on ES. I'd really like to see this 15 to 25 on NQ be supportive if we were going to hold. If we push down into this, I'd really like to see this flag kind of play. Actually going to shift this. It's just a singular. Pushing into our first target here on ES off of the push over 38s. Again, this 43 to 46 is going to need to become supportive if we want anything more. Just kind of top of our balance right now on NQ. I have an exterminator coming today at some point. I woke up on Friday and like no Saturday, and there was like 300 baby spiders just like building a nest on my monitor stand. So at some point I'm going to have to mute so that they can come here and figure out where they came from. But just an FYI, I don't have an exact time. I think there's like a maybe a part of the seal on the window is open, but like I'm 32 floors up. So like why is this an issue? I think what's going on? So confused. I'm risking off 2 here as we push into previous day value high and our ETH high on ES. Need to see a pretty strong look above if we're going to get anything more. Have I tried going up one more floor? It's not too bad right now because they're like really, really mini. But when they grow a bit, it's going to be kind of the worst. So we're just battling with our overnight high here on ES off of the push and hold over our gap at previous day value high, our 38s, right? That'll be our pullback level if we ever do pull back. What we're looking for right now is, do we need to build between our overnight high and this 38? Or can we build over our overnight, right? Build here and push for higher prices, right? Friday's highs, playing around with the seller that's at this 51, playing with the seller who's at this 56, right? This is our next area of contention where we've seen lots of interaction. So if we can continue pushing higher, amazing. If we can't, totally understandable. We'll be looking for this pullback into 46s as our first buy side level to see if there's actual continuation potential. If we need to fix more structure, I'd be looking for a pushback down to our gap again at previous day value high and this like 38, 39 area. But of course, our first level is going to be this 46 on retest. As long as we're holding above our overnight high, we should be considering continuing to think that we are bullish in nature. So far, really solid reaction again off of our 25 to 15 area on NQ and just push up.
China's President Xi says we will step up tech R&D in response to bottlenecks, constraints in areas including integrated circuits and industrial motherboards and basic software, as well as advanced materials and scientific research instruments.
Full shebang. Our offer is sitting at 75s right now. Need to see a push and hold above 75 for continuation higher here. Or expect your lower high to be built off of the failure to get over the 75 level on NQ. Retesting our previous day value low. Oof, that's crazy, Cass. Do you know what actually bit you? Coming into our offer here at 75s. See if we can get the look above and hold. Retesting now. I'm usually not too bad with spiders. I understand like they don't care about you. And they're more than likely there to like prune, right? Like they're there to kill insects. But sometimes, man, it is just too much. I had a like a tarantula growing up. So again, like
In 10 minutes time now at
not too
10:15
crazy
a.m.
about
Eastern
it,
time.
but
ECB's McCall speaking around
also
table at the
don't really want them
ECPR
here.
conference.
I think our new pivot here is this 55 to 58. Sorry, I'm really watching this area here for buy side interaction. Previous day value. Actually going to delete. This is where we're watching. So far offer holding at 75s. We're looking to see if buy side can build above previous day value low and hold. I don't think it's a great sign if we do see a dip below this and then a rejection and continuation down. But as long as this is bidding, it's a pretty good sign that we want to at least maintain Friday's balance. It's a good sign. I can see us kind of chopping around here for a bit, though. Like to see a flag be able to develop out like we are right now. Where, again, this is our, flag. And we'd be looking for this previous day value to hold, push and hold over our 75 for a move up into POC here. We can see like this is our point of contention, with this being our node high. So we need to make this node supportive on a look above and hold if we're going to get that higher price, or we continue to expect this to kind of just chop down. Pushing into target now, off the hold of 75s on retest, previous day POC. Good first risk off. Would love to see us be able to build over 12s if we're going to get anything more. There's not a ton here until we can make this 2000 to 12 area. Sorry, 20k to 12, right? It's the same pivot from Friday, that 20k being incredibly important. Great job, Kaz.
5 minutes time now at 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. Expecting possible comments from
You can
ECB
see on
before-
the footprint, do you see how our POC of this candle is at our 75? Just kind of giving some more context of that being our like pivot, right? We can just see it as our node, but like I want to highlight like in this last 15-minute auction, right? We are seeing that level matter quite a bit on that breakout.
China's President Xi says that China's original innovation capacity is still relatively weak, and some key core technologies are restricted by others.
What's up, Gav? Watching a retest of 75, seeing if the offer holds that is resistance, or if we can get this look back above and then bid. So far, holding offer.
Shortly expecting possible comments from ECB's McCall.
Everyone have a good weekend. Do anything fun? Nice. I haven't gone mountain biking in forever. Sounds great. Used to do that so much. Coming back after like a really nice vacation is always the worst, and being like, wait, I have to be here. Can't stay. it's I totally feel it. I'm back to real life. Where'd you go, Maldito? Morning, Varg. Ooh, nice. Coming back down into our previous day value low here, we would need to see dips get like immediately bought off of this if we were going to continue higher. Really don't want to see us make our previous day value resistance. Not a great look. More likely to rotate through the range back down to POC on the day if this value low becomes resistance at 57 to 61. Want to see a pretty strong bid back up, or I expect to move back down to 30s on NQ. Yeah. ES retesting value high.
So looking now to the fear and greed index, 43 out of 100, which indicates fear, while the crypto fear and greed index is 51 out of 100, which indicates a neutral. Keeping an eye on the VIX as well, which is currently up just 1.7% at around 13.42 points.
What resolution are you on? 'Cause that is not what mine looks like, so I don't know if there's anything there. Yeah, I'm on 10 as well, and it's showing only as 2. I mean, regardless, it's still showing as sell side, but I wouldn't be putting too much faith into that 4 block thing. Seeing as we're looking at the same chart, but different data is showing.
The Dow hits a 1-month high, last up 0.8%.
In 10 minutes time now at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, forecast minus 15 on the prior minus 19.4.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's still, of course, sellers at the low, but bit odd.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we get the release of the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, forecast minus 15, prior at minus 19 spot 4.
Pushing into target here into that 33. See what our reaction is as we come back down into this POC. Downtrend holding, lower highs, or lower lows. Pretty choppy price action, but still channeling down. Just coming back down into this weekly VWAP and POC. Back to our 25-15 pivot on NQ. See what buy side reaction here is at the bottom of our short-term range. I think if 15s go resistance, we should be looking for ETH low. If 15s can hold, we're looking for that pushback over 25s and that move back up to 50. This is ES retesting our overnight high where we looked for that bounce last time for that move up.
One minute remaining.
Coming in to retest our 15s, seeing if our offer holds as we look up. Again, looking for one more leg down if that is resistance above us. News in 1 minute. Light the candle.
Ten seconds.
News in 10 seconds.
Still waiting. minus 15 spot 1 minus 15 spot 1. It's lower than forecast at minus 15.
As we push back up into this like 35, just be aware that this is where like our seller is sitting. We're gonna need to see a pretty big look above this 35 to 55. That's just where all of our sell side deltas are sitting. So expect this to kind of just be resistance short term as we push up. There's not really much more I can say on this other than like 15 holding would be ideal, but continuation down just seems pretty likely at this point unless we see a pretty strong and significant bid. We have deltas above again into
Now,
35.
posted out the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index June reports on the feed for anyone interested.
Like 35 to 50 is just sell side pressure. You can see it on the LVN as well that we have to fill. So just I'm kind of looking at that as our offer until we can make it supportive. Just another hold of our 890s and then recovery of our 15s and bounce. And this is that area that I'm talking about here, where we've got sell side pressure. We can see that here on footprint as well. Mondays. It's really up to Mario. I focus mostly on making the indicators and doing that side of the business. Mario does more of the classes these days. So more of a question for him. I know it's something we're very excited about, but I don't know if he's ready as of yet. We want to make sure that it's like solid. Russell T retesting POC as resistance. ES still maintaining our downtrend. Really just watching this 25 to 15 again on NQ to see if buy side's willing to defend just like last time, or if we are range bound stuck here. We'd really like to see again this 25 to 15 be able to hold, and for ES to break this downtrend if we were going to get continuation up. We're slowly grinding through these sell side deltas. Again, like this 30 to 50 is this 20-point range of sell side delta where we need to push through and make supportive if we want anything more. Might be a slow grind to try to get through. I'm not too sure as of yet. All I do know is that we have this pivot below 25 to 15. We have 4 minutes in this area. That sucks. 4 minutes until new 15s. Yeah, 30-point candle and still range bound. You love to see it. If this is going to continue to maintain, we're looking for reversion in this area back up to ETH low. As we come down into a reversion zone, we'll be looking for a higher low to build here and then pop back up. If this is going to continue to kind of start to trend to the downside, though, we'll look for a break of 855 and the ability to not get back above and then continuation down. So really an important area to let us know if we're going to mean revert or not. Morning, Adam. Like buy side failure here so far. Need to see a really strong look back above this node if we're going to get any continuation or expect sell side to continue pressuring, right? There's so much pressure on sell side into these lows. Can we get back above and make these guys off sides, or is the lower highs and lower lows going to continue? Really keeping an eye on this 55 as our first pivot, and then 72 above that. I mean, like, this is very strong selling. Very, very strong. Better to play with the trend and the directionality, or wait until you see higher lows start to form in a break of structure to revert. Retesting our node here. Again, watch to see if our offer now holds where all these sellers are located, or if we can get back up and bid 72s. I expect sell side to be pretty interactive here. Unless we can push above and show like a pretty solid recovery and bid above these sellers. Expect this to be pretty strong resistance. Very volatile market right now. Yes, holding previous day value high still. Something to keep in mind. But this action is not warranting a long as of yet. On NQ at least. Pushing back up into our offer here at 55 to 72. Testing our node now. Need to make these sellers supportive if we want anything more. This is a very volatile action, guys. Please be careful. If you do not see a trade, do not take the trade. Do not trade just to trade. This is your next target into 72. Look above. Need to make this supportive again. This has to be very clear. These sellers need to no longer be here, and we need to show it as buying interest. If we can see that, then we can revert back up at least to our value low up at like 95, 900 area on NQ. This is our overnight low, our overnight high test on ES. Russell into our value high. Heck is very volatile compared to the rest of the market, which is respecting higher low structure. So if you are planning on trading something today and you want something with a bit more structure, literally anything other than NQ is your go-to. Good first risk off into our ETH low. If you are long, right, like this is our pivot. This is our value low and our overnight low on NQ. If we can make it supportive on a look above, then we should be able to rotate back up to POC. Up at 30. Just 15s and 30s will be our next targets above if we can now hold value. Move stops up accordingly as we push into 15s. I could see us retesting value here before we get any sort of push higher. What we're looking for is a flag, right? Something like this, hold and recovery, and then push. And we again need to be able to get over this 15 to 30. That is where our anchored VWAP is for this period as well. Back sell side to be there. What's up, Julian? Yeah, it's nice. It's a little iffy, but I think it's good on the 15. I still reference my trade of 8 chart, but as long as things are semi-similar, we're good. Into our 15s here again on retest. Again, need to make this 15 to 30 supportive on NQ if we want anything more. Really nice hold of our 890 and bid, right? Just that flagging action we were speaking on. Russell still just holding value high, trying to build above, but failing. Looking for this to flag and look above for a continuation higher. ES is at POC, just trading ticks, right? Rotating ticks around it off of a hold of our ETH high on retest. So just waiting to see if we can get through these guys. Across the board. Yeah, we have. We have a couple footprint classes. We usually walk through what we're looking at on stream as well throughout the day. We still reference you to just like go to some of our like trusted what am I trying to say? We still reference a lot of some of like the people that we respect on YouTube for footprint, as they are much more experienced with it, but we do talk about it and we have gone over it. But we'll always point to someone who we find is more of an expert on it. Like, if you really want to know more about footprint, I think the Axia playlist is probably all you need to get like a pretty good hand on it. Axia put out like a really nice full 42 video playlist on how to read and play off of footprint. Like, we're never going to be able to compete with a 42 video playlist. So you like just go watch that, right? Here's the playlist. You want to bookmark it? And for those in Discord, same thing. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get the concepts down in the TikTok short. I think the key is to maybe put Subway Surfers in the corner while you're watching Axia's videos. That might be the move.
Israeli military chief of staff says we are approaching the point where we can say we have dismantled Hamas's Rafah brigade.
Yeah, there was a video on my feed yesterday. I didn't actually click it, but it was like everything you need to know about trading in 15 minutes. It's like, really? Really? That's crazy. Who knew it was that simple, man? There's like another one where it's like, Chat GPT made me $5,000. 1 minute strategy. You're like, all right, bud. Sure. It's just like people are so what's the word? Just garbage. I don't know. There's a better word. I can't stand YouTube clickbait. It's gross. I wish I was better with social media and I could do stuff like that sometimes, but like it just makes me like just cringe. Like, it'd be nice to get more people involved with TFC, but like at the same time, like Mario and I are both the exact opposite personality. that needs to be for someone to be like a YouTube personality. We just can't. Can we push north here? Yeah, but it's going to be a lot of effort. I'm still waiting. I'm long from 33. I have one contract left. I'm just kind of waiting it out. But we're at our 30-second opening range, and they're both resistance on a NQ. Like, we need to get through this 15 to 30 and make it supportive. I don't know how long we're going to be here. We have another 2 minutes and 30 seconds on this 15-minute candle. I'd like to see this bid continue to hold at our 890 to, you know, value low. But yeah, I mean, we're trading in like 40 point candles right now. We'll chop, and then there'll be a 40 point candle, and then we'll go back to chop. It's no bueno. But if we can get over this 15 to 30 and make it supportive, I think that we can probably push for a new high on the day, to be honest. At least back off the 75s. But, I mean, that's a long way away. Right now, we're just trying to trap people. Very two-sided trading on this candle with sellers at the lows and buyers at the highs, both getting absorbed. Ghost tangent? Is that an indicator? I'll look at it. Did I spell it wrong? Is there a different way I can search for it? Ghost, maybe? And, oh, tangent crossing, this? Ghost by Prime? Oh yeah, so chart prime, I'm assuming. What the hell is going on? Let me look to see what's actually happening. Ghost. Revolutionary way to visualize pivots. I don't know how they got this passed by using this phrase. If this was our indicator, TradingView would have banned us.
Fed bids for 3-month
false
bills
promises.
total $1.4 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $1.4 billion.
Plots an estimate of next valid move. That's weird. Okay. Give me a second, I'll look at this again. Creating a stacked imbalance here, guys. You see how this is creating this red box to the right? This is a strong sell side imbalance that we just created. And on a retest through, we should expect the offer to be pretty aggressive as we push back into this. So we need to now push through, or we're seeing the offer lower in real time. need to see a push and hold over this 15. Just filled that imbalance. That was really good. Now let's see if the offer holds into 15s or if we can push through. If offer holds 15s, not a great sign. If we can eat up this guy, then we have an offsided seller now at a much higher price than before. Can't believe how fast, how efficiently we just ate that, to be honest. This market is wild. The balance was being created off of this. Do you see how we have one time framing down on the smaller time frame tie? You had an imbalance that was printing where we had 3 very solid selling deltas in a row that we pushed below on the break of 15s. This break of 15s was just straight selling pressure. And then we had a complete reversal where we ate through those selling deltas. And then we pushed right back up. Usually that doesn't happen. You see those imbalances kind of hold, and then that becomes like a very strong offering point. You can actually see that earlier in the day down here. You see how these deltas have a bit of a shift where they're overlapping this candle? That's because on the first attempt on this push down, this was actually a very strong sell side imbalance that was created, or a stacked imbalance. And this was a really nice re-offer point because we were on a 15 time frame, right? We were able to push through them eventually. But on the smaller time frame, let me see if I can highlight this actually. Gotta find this area. Getting a bit sidetracked, but that was here. So do you see what happened? We created this imbalance on this push below, and then we re-offered into it right here, and then we got a huge continuation down. That was this area right here. That created that wick low. We were then able to bid back above it and make it supportive on a push over this area here. But this created an imbalance that then printed over to the right. And then we re-offered into it, and then sell side immediately took advantage and then pushed us lower. And then until we made it supportive again, there wasn't really a great trading opportunity for a continuation long. This is kind of hard to see. If I go to full screen, it's off. So this is a stacked imbalance that was present here that then we offered, pushed lower. This created that wick low. We were then able to bid back above, saw active buyers step in, and then it's been a supportive level ever since. And we're seeing a very similar thing here where this was now a sell side imbalance.
At
We then
11:30
pushed
a.m.
through,
Eastern Time,
and
the
now
US
it's
sells
holding us as
$70 billion
supportive.
in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.25%, and a prior bid cover of 2.93. And the US sells $70 billion in
Testing our
6-month
30
bills,
pivot
prior high
now.
yield
Again, really,
5.15%,
really, really
and a
want to see
prior
that
bid
look
cover of
above.
2.82. We also expect comments from ECB Schnabel. So ECB Schnabel speaks on a panel about Europe's single market at Tag der Industrie in Berlin.
Could we get more is the question. '50s would be really nice if we could make any sort of supportive bid here above this 15 and then look over 30s. I'd really like to see that move back into our POC from before. Just trying to consider if I want to hold this or just move my stop up or keep this break even and just coast with it. Yeah, this is what I see on the trade affiliate on the 15-second. Give me 1 sec. So this is our 30-second opening range that we're trading in right now. This is that 30 level that I was talking about. So like if we can make this supportive and kind of hold this 15 to 30, that'd be awesome for that push up. Kind of coming in to retest it now. But if we can make our 30-second opening range, which is this blue line to blue line, and kind of hold this now as supportive on a look above, that'd be really, really nice for continuation long. Dipping below this 10 is going to get iffy. We're coming into it now, it looks like. We want to see the dip spot immediately here, my opinion, or it's just a rejection of our 30-second opening range at 9:30, and there's no real signs of life above. We have 6.5 minutes until new 15s. Kind of iffy, man. I'll take a deeper look at that indicator once I'm out of this trade, Julian. Just kind of don't want to get too sidetracked while we're at a vital pivot. They looked okay though. I don't know about the ellipses. They seem kind of pointless, I guess is the best word. I saw Lux had a similar indicator like that, I don't know, a couple of years ago. But like the pivots themselves don't look bad. If you are shorting off of 30s, this is your first risk off. This is the bottom of our range here. This is kind of our last hope for buy side to show any sort of signs of life from this 890 to 900, basically, where these selling deltas are. If this doesn't hold, sell sides can get pretty serious below this 890. It
At
becomes
11:30
resistance.
a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prime high yield
I'm just watching these
5.25%
two
and a
selling
prime bid to
deltas that are
cover of
here. If these
2.93.
sellers aren't
And the US sells
offsides
$70
anymore
billion
and they
in
gain
6-month
traction
bills,
below,
prime high
then I
yield
expect
5.15% and a
pretty
prime bid to cover
aggressive
of
selling
2.82.
continuation
We also expect comments
below
from
these guys
ECB
here.
Schnabel.
So really need to see buy side really step up here, show their hand. Sucks that we have 4 minutes left on this candle and this is happening, so we have like no structure below this level for the short term. So buy side like really needs to be able to eat this up and absorb again, just like they did last time. This is our look below. Sellers trying to accelerate on that look below these deltas. Watching the reoffer here now. And if this 890 continues to hold, I really don't see much here until 60. And that's going off of this. This is the POC, the value of this previous candle that would be coming into retest. 60 to 67. 68. If 90s hold as resistant, that's where I'm going to be looking. Need to see some like pretty strong absorption here and the ability to push back over this 900. This is Cancer. Hell no. They just like have completely stepped out of the way.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6 month bill auctions, as well as comments from ECB Schnabel.
Morning Flex. Yeah, it was alright. I don't trust this move at all, by the way. I'm not touching it. I don't like that. If you're in, great job. I'm not. New 15s here in 5 seconds. I'm going to be watching that same area that we were just looking for sell side to be present at, this 900 to like 890. We want to see bids now step in on a retest as this new 15 closes. That dip was dramatically bought. Again, like if we can make 30 supportive, I'll feel a lot more comfortable with this. But all we're just back to our bottom of our 30-second opening range. So like to me, like there's nothing here. Like that's you know, there's not. Coming into our 900s now. And sorry, I'm not talking about ES. There's just really not much to say. We're rotating ticks around POC. Russell's still just at value high. There's been no shift in that. This NQ volatility is crazy though, compared to the other two. This is Euro close, so getting a bit of rally, I guess, off of that, if anything. Coming into our ETH low now. Again, I would love to see this 90 bid if it was going to sustain, or a higher low. If I don't see this 90 bid, then I don't really see any change here. It just looks like a crazy walk back up and then immediate sell. I want to see the higher low and bid here at 90s. Yeah, my weekend was okay, Flex. Sorry, I'm kind of sidetracked by the market. There was a jazz festival all weekend right outside my house. Like they blocked off my street basically, and I like walk outside and there's like 20 food trucks and just live music every day of the weekend. So that was really
3-month
fun.
bill high yield 5.235%, 5.235%, bid to cover ratio 2.85, 2.85. So the US sells $71 billion in 3-month bills and awards
I live in Cleveland.
13.88% of bids at high. And 6-month bill high yield 5.14%, 5.14%, bid to cover ratio 3.16, 3.16. The US sells $71 billion in 6-month bills and awards 37.7% of bids at high.
Any good bands? Yeah, there were a few. There were so many, man. They played from like, I don't know, midday until like 1 in the morning every day this weekend, from Friday to Saturday night. I guess. Or, no, like third. Actually, I don't know. Sunday midday. This is the full weekend. It was crazy. Like all day Friday during the day, Friday night, Saturday, all day Saturday, and then like half day Sunday. Big names. I didn't recognize many of them. There were a bunch of events inside the theaters as well, but I didn't go to any of that. I was just out with my dog. So I was just kind of hanging out. I was there like in spirit, really, right? Like I was walking the dog and just like being around the area, but not like actually sitting down. Escape the Fate, yeah, at the jazz festival, for sure. Chicago, yes, yeah, yeah, for sure, man. Great music there. This is just like a festival that the colleges around here put on, but it's nice. It's cool that it's like happening right outdoors. I would not have gone if it wasn't out my window, you know. But still worth. Bad Omens. You listen to Bad Omens? You like their new stuff with Poppy? NHRA? What's that? Oh, drag racing? Interesting. I've never been. Yeah, I got that much. So that seems like something that would be kind of fun to actually be there because the courses, the tracks are like pretty small. So you can literally just like see the entire race right from the stands. I never really understood the larger tracks where like you get to see it once they like pass you and then you're watching a TV screen for the rest of it. Those have never made sense to me. But drag racing I think would be kind of cool to watch. They have good food around, I imagine. Yeah, Greek dessert is delicious. It's hard to go wrong when you just have like baklava is kind of a cheat code I'm not gonna lie. Like you can't really go wrong with like 500 layers of puff pastry and honey and pistachio, you know? Like everything is just soaked in honey. Like it's kind of cheating. Oh yeah. Sorry, there's still really not much to say here. We got a dip into our 90s, an immediate bid again, rejecting our 15s where that original seller was. Our offer is still holding here. I'm still in the camp that we need to see that look over 30s and bid if we want continuation higher. Our offer is still holding from this 15 to 30 above us. There's not a ton here. Dips are being bought, right, into that 890, but it's the same range that we were playing earlier today. We do have a potential off-sided seller at the lows at 85s. We can visualize that here on even trading view footprint where this guy is royally screwed. Same with this guy here at 73s, which is causing these pretty extraordinary moves up. But we are still meeting our head on this very aggro seller from the original selling candle, right? At this 15 to 30. This is where we saw absorption earlier, and they are continuing to kind of just hold this lower high. So we do have these offsided players that are into the lows that have caused these giant wicks up, but we are still meeting our head on an aggressive, larger participant above us. So you're getting this range that's forming, right? Where we have these offsided traders at the lows that then cause very aggro moves back up to the upside. But until we can push through and show a willingness to kind of trade into this these selling deltas above us and build a support, there there's not a ton here, right? Like you're either willing to scalp it or just willing to hold from the low and just kind of pray. But until we can build above, there's been no confirmation yet from buy side that buy side's going to be able to get through this this absorption. That's the best look I have right now, right? And it's just your trade ideas are waiting for someone to be off sides and an immediate bid and understanding that that's going to create like a lot of aggro back up to this 15 to 30 and taking profit into that, or waiting for this guy to stop selling into this, right? And for buyers to show some excitement above and the ability to build to break these lower highs. Until then, right, like this is the range. All right, let's look at this thing again. See, this reminds me, Julian, of this thing that Lux Algo put out years ago. Lux Algo. You can't search by creator. What is this? What was it called? I wonder if they deleted it. Chat, what was it? Curve? It was called something funky. Let me just go to their actual page. think it was Lux who put this thing out. They put out so much nonsense, man. It's gonna take forever to find this. Hell yeah, look at that the Christmas toolkit. Huge. Ah, here, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Look at this. MA Sabers looks very similar to this. With these, like, ellipses. They do the same thing. They've got another one that's like this as well. MA Sabers. Like, what does it even mean? I swear they had another one. Oh my god, they have so much crap. How am I still scrolling? Okay, maybe that's all they had was the MA Sabers. I'd have to like watch what it does as it's printing. But it looks, I mean, so this is printing on what candle actually? These symbols aren't great. So it's actually printing on this candle. So the signal pops actually here. And the signal pops here. I mean, it's still giving you profitable trades, it looks like. This one's a bit iffy because the signal is popping here. But still good. This is probably the worst one, where the signal is popping after this candle. This one is fine, but it doesn't give you much. This one's coming in here. I think it's good to, if you want like a price action for like short-term trends flip, I think it could be okay. But it's like very easy to just kind of visualize the lower highs, right? Like you could just put a channel on this and it would look just as good. But maybe like having something on chart just gives you the confidence to kind of be like, oh, maybe I should start looking, right? But like all of these are just like small channels. And then you just break for a lower high. And yeah, it's okay. Maybe it works better on a different time frame, but it seems okay on the 15-second for like small scalps if you're looking for like 5 points, 10 points. Man, I just like I used to do like these deep dives into indicators on the weekends when I was doing research of like what are other people doing and are they actually profitable with it? Just going through like hundreds of indicators and scripts of just like what's actually going on. So I've got like a pretty good understanding of what's on TradingView already. Decent memory, but so much garbage on this platform. It is ridiculous. But that looks okay. Again, like I feel like you could probably get the same thing with like I don't know if those arcs are serving a purpose. Was kind of my point. Like you could probably get a very similar thing by just putting a regression channel once those signals print. Just put a regression channel on after the signal prints, and then probably have a better, or even like an anchored VWAP from the high, depending on if it's like a buy or sell signal. I could see that could be being better. Like if you, let's say we print one of these, right? And then on that candle that prints, depending on the direction, you put an anchored VWAP. So like this is a sell side one that printed. So now we're putting on a VWAP and we switch this to high because it's a short. And now we're shorting and we're staying in the short as long as this is continuing to hold below, right? Like the same thing can be done with just like a regression channel, but you could have some sort of like principle, some sort of variable like this where it's like, okay, I'm now willing to stay in the short as long as we're kind of respecting this downtrend and this AVWAP is continuing to hold. And then you could put even for like a PT, you could maybe even put on like a band multiplier where maybe 2.5 would be good here. And then that could be your first PT as we push down into like 2.5 or something, or even just like a fib. And then like your invalidation could be on the break above the top deviation. Like then all of a sudden you have like a trading strategy around that without really needing like this arc bullshit. I don't know. That's kind of how I would think about it. Same thing could probably be done with just like, again, like we're still just holding our regression channel down. And then all you could do is just be like, okay, well, let's put a fib extension on this then. There is a fib extension. Retracement. And it's like, okay, so we're going to take from the high to the low of our first, and then 618, where are you? And then like that could be your first PT. Right, just like your first leg down and then looking for PT into here. Something like that off of like the signal trend, like your first length down. I don't know. That's how I would look at it. Super Fortuna it still exists in a sense. Tom has we have a side company called Easy Algos, and Super Fortuna has been completely revamped in Easy Algos, that company, where they're doing like full on algo trading now. So we do the manual trading here and teach you like what to look for manual trading, and we build out indicators and make it more helpful and help you get funded and all of that. But if you want like the full algo trading experience where things are being done for you and you're just kind of sitting back and building out algos, that's now all through Easy Algos. And that's Tom's baby. That's where Super Fortuna went. Like the same thing could be done with what we're doing, Julian, right? Like you got two stack signals on RTY at the high, and now you just put our regression channel and you just chill. Like there's your invalidation level is already built in for you unstacked. It's printed at the highs. It gave you two of them, neither invalidated, and they've pushed back down for a full range retrace, right? Same thing with ES and NQ. Two good signals with no invalidation, and then straight trend down since. Right? And then it's just like, okay, well, I'm just going to put a regression channel on and stay in as long as it's respecting that. Okay. Right? Like, there's... Sometimes it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. But like, if anything helps you see that price action shift earlier than like your eyeballs, right? Like, go for it, I think. That's what stacked is, right? It's just a price, it's a literally only price action with a very short look back, looking for potential reversals. Very similar. Right back down to our low of our range, into our 890 pivot. Off of another failure to get over 30s. Sorry, I was a bit sidetracked there, but we're still just trapped in this range. No change. It wasn't the Lux I mentioned a bunch of indicators, but that wasn't a Lux indicator that we were looking at. Wise. The one that I was shitting on was a Lux indicator. So it's like the same thing with these, right? Like on PVZ, you get your reversion signal. So between the two, we have reversion signal letting you know that a reversion back up to value is likely. You have your invalidation level. This is all just price action based. And then it's playing it back up. Same thing here. This one invalidates, but then we immediately get our stack signal for push up, and that's just into our value. Just waiting for stuff like this, if you're looking for a signal, can be really good. And then just having a plan around them. So it's like, okay, well, we get our reversion signal. We're still holding our low, so we haven't stopped out. I'm now looking for higher lows to build and a break of the structure and then a continuation up. And it's like, okay, well, as long as we're holding, a channel or an anchored VWAP from that signal from the low, like there's no reason to exit this position. So now I can put my AVWAP on low, turn off this band multiplier. It's like, as long as this lower band is holding from our reversion signal, which is this again, we're looking for dips to be bought into this and then continuation back up to our PVC value. Like now all of a sudden you have a trade plan with an understanding of what your risk is and where your target is. Like if you want stuff like that, like it already exists in our indicators. Like you don't have to go elsewhere for it. But yep. I think the biggest thing to always keep in mind with indicators with signals is that they work until they don't. And if you don't have a trading plan built in around that indicator and that signal, like it's not very helpful. As long as you have like a risk profile in mind, then like I think anything's kind of fine, because like you could just do a coin flip, and as long as you have a risk profile with your trade setup, like it's going to perform relatively the same, to be honest, right? Like you need to have actual edge built into that, because a price action signal is literally that. Things can change immediately after if you're not looking at order flow. So it's like it's a 50-50 shot, but then putting on a risk to reward model on top of it kind of raises your chances of profitability over 50%, because now you have a limited amount of risk as well as a PT. And like if you can build on top of that, you can skew the 50-50 trade to more of like a 65-70% chance to actually make money off of it, depending on like if you have another variable that you're looking at when you're looking to trade it. So if you're like, oh, okay, I'm also seeing an offsided buyer at the lows while we get the signal to print, and I have a target in mind. So now all of a sudden, like my edge has increased. It's not just a random signal on a chart. Like having a signal is great, but then having, key triggers, I guess is the better word than variables, triggers to let you know if that trade makes sense. And then trading around that with a setup in mind of like, okay, I'm taking a 2-to-1 here, or I'm taking a 5-to-1, understanding like where my PT is and what my risk is, and does this trade make sense? Like those are the things that are actually going to make you profitable. Because again, like at any point, like something that I think everyone should do is only put on a Dom and then do a coin flip and do some paper trading off of that. Half the time you'll make money. Do some Dom exercises where you only take longs or shorts based off of a coin flip. It'll realize like how little edge you have. This doesn't look terrible on footprint. If we can hold where we are, want to see any dip being bought in this like 905, 910, and then I want to see a push over 930s here. But this doesn't look terrible. I'm a fan of us holding previous POC as supportive as of right now, and trying to build at a higher point. It's a good sign if we can hold on this retest again, as we push down into this like 905, 910. If a bid can maintain, I'd be looking for a dip, for a look over 930s. If we fail here, then we have the potential to have some trap traders in the middle of our range, which can cause a bit of volatility. So really keeping an eye as we push down into this to see if buy side's going to get trapped at a higher price. Very range bound. Still just holding our 30-second opening range as resistance. There's been no change in that. Look at that channel down in DVN. Jeez. You think it breaks, kids? Man, I was riding on a Peloton yesterday, and it has the most uncomfortable bike seat I've ever sat on in my life. Like, I actually need to bring my own bike seat. So shoddy. Immediate bid off of our dip into that 905, 910 and pushing back up. No change, no shift, just higher low built, but still offer holding into our 915 to 930. Again, until we can make this supportive, I really don't see a ton here. I think so. I'll let Mario figure that out. I think someone might be at my door. I'll be right back. Might be the exterminator. Or not. Okay. The drive-by knock and then immediately leave. Another rejection into our absorption here. I got no change. We definitely have class today. I just don't know what it covers. I don't know if Mario wants to start the playbooking class today or if he wants to wait. I think he wants to be a bit more prepared. I was talking to Cass about this earlier. If he's not comfortable starting, then we probably will wait another week just so that we have enough like examples and stuff down. We might be able to start today, but it's completely at Mario's discretion. Again, like he has been handling classes now for quite some time, where I've been doing more so the indicators. So kind of leaving it up to him. Another rejection, all right, just right back down to the bottom of our range here into our 890. Waiting to see if this will be continue to act as our bid, right? Our bid stepping in and push back up to the top, or if we get any sort of shift with a lower high. Nothing really yet. Yes, still bouncing our overnight high. I don't think that there's really a sell side continuation idea here until we see our overnight low on NQ start to act as a very strong resistance on a look below. Like we definitely have, right, we know that there's a seller here. This is clear. Now we need to see if this channeling down will continue. And what we're looking for is the ability to make this resistance for that continuation down, or we will continue to just kind of rotate in between this range. Be like, Julian, how does this work? Because this just printed and we're already down here. So like, how do you actually utilize this? Like I just watched this print in real time all the way up here and we're we're down here. Like, what do I do with this? Do I now take a long because this is now like the end of that trend? Is that what that's telling me? So really it's not about this, it's about the end of this arc and then looking for the continuation in the higher low. Because this looks really good if looking at it in the past, but if it prints that late, I mean, that's the entire move. Because surely you're not taking a short now, right? That doesn't make any sense. It's not my indicator wise, so I'm not looking into it. You can do it on your own. Oh. We're now really keeping an eye on the offer here, just like we talked about. If overnight low continues to hold its resistance now, then we have the potential to break out of this range. Look at where our buying has taken place the last 3 attempts down here, right? So if this now holds as resistance and we failed to get back above, then we can have a shift and make a new low on the day. Or not on the day, but a break of 72s off of this offer holding. But if we get back over, then expect more of the same where we rotate back up. As long as this offer is holding though, then we have this, it looks exactly like we talked about. When 12:30 hits and Mario gets on, I'm definitely gonna go downstairs and just get an ETA on time-wise when this guy's coming. Just before it's too late. New 15s in 15 seconds. New 15s. Again, just watching the retest here into our 92 overnight low. Seeing if this holds as our offer. Or if we can get back in. Testing our overnight low now. We're looking for a dip below 90s and the offer then holding there off of our hold of our overnight low. We're going to get continuation. Retesting our highs. Bid still holding on ES and RTY. NQ still a bit iffy. Look above. See if we can now bid and hold. Want to see excitement from buyers if we're going to rotate the full range again. Into POC now. Is footprint the same as delta by price, essentially, but a better visual? Um, it's similar, but different. A lot of like you're talking about like a CVD deep, like a cumulative volume delta. Yeah, so like CVD is just a different visualization where you're taking the difference between and when I mean difference, you're subtracting, like the calculation is literally subtracting the difference between the volume of contracts is that are traded on the bid and the ask, and then creating a candle out of that. And that's the cumulative, right, of that. Whereas with a footprint chart, you're literally seeing all of those deltas on a per candle basis. So there's no aggregate going on. It's just showing you where transactions occurred on that candle. They're both tools that are used in order flow analysis, but CVT is an aggregate, whereas footprint will show you where those market buys and sells are occurring within the candle. And they can help you find imbalances within the candle itself, as well as showing you where like off-sided buyers and sellers are. Whereas with like a CVD, you are getting an estimation, an aggregate of the candle as a whole, and then kind of having to decipher that information for yourself based off of the, candle body price action. And you have to be careful with a lot of CVDs trying to read too much into them on the shorter time frames, because a lot of applications do not actually save the bid and ask volume data. So they're creating an aggregate of like, was it an uptick or a downtick? And then from that, just kind of guessing if those were buyers or sellers. So like TradingView is a great example where, and TOS as well, actually, they do not save tick to tick buy and sell data at the bid and ask. So there it's an aggregate of the up and down ticks of the candle on a smaller time frame, and then kind of being like, oh yeah, that's surely those are buys and those are sells, and kind of creating an estimation. So it's a little less accurate, and it has a bit more I mean, it's an aggregate, right? It is what it is. But it can still be very useful. Whereas like a footprint is literally showing you where people were transacting on the candle, in the candle. What a boring last hour. Yeah, Exia is great. Definitely one of your better free resources that's out there. I knew what you were talking about. We reference Axia quite a bit. We need to see this continue to really show a strong bid every attempt down into this like 890, to be honest. If you look at your 15-minute structure, you have the potential for a 3-bar down if we don't hold the higher low here. So we want to continue to see really significant bids step in from this 90 to 95 to kind of maintain the higher low. Hopefully this is clear where we're holding the previous candle's POC here and the seller. But like if we start to show a push down, right, then all of a sudden we have a potential for a continuation to the downside. So we want to really see bids continue to step in into this low and maintain higher lows as we're pushing. As long as we're doing that, then we continue to go up. But if we see any sort of weakness below the previous candle POC, right, that's when we start to run into trouble, because then all of a sudden on the higher time frame structure, we've lost a key pivot and then we have the potential to break down out of this range. Just watching these three candles and where we're holding the bid right on our pivot on the recovery off of the rejection below our 90s. We then bid back up, we're able to push, and now we're coming back into the top of our range. No change has really occurred here, right? All we've done is recover our ETH low. But understand, just like before, right, we have this seller at 15 to 30 above us, and we have a secondary selling level that if sellers start to take control, we want to see sell side really hold this area as resistance for continuation down. That's when we'll know they're serious. If it's still like wishy-washy here, we are just looking for a recovery and the ability to bid and hold on a look above. That's it. It's just this is our pivot. Pressure below, we watch to see if it's our offer. Pressure above, we watch to see if it's supportive. This gives you two different trading opportunities to trade around, right? Because we know if the seller is serious, they will breach this bid and hold it as the offer, right? That's the offer moving down on the ladder. As long as we're still just maintaining, though, we expect just a random walk in between our range. That's all.
Hello, hello.
Yo,
What is up?
just chopping around.
Lovely. Hopefully, pretty soon here, we get some rotations like you guys got in the first hour or so. Because these last hour and a half, does not look too fun. I guess the NQ rotations are pretty good.
They're okay, but they're very violent. We're like, we'll
Yeah.
chop, and then it'll be like a 30-point candle.
This is like literally the structural setup, at least on ES, of like last Monday. Whereas like, oh, surely we're just going to reject value high, and then we just like ran 100 points in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
This like scares me.
Yes.
What's up, Dubs?
Tubbs, I want you to look at your chart and tell me if we're chopping or not. All right, there's your answer, bud.
This is a top tier GIF.
It's just like, what do you want me to say? Look at your newsletter. Where are we holding? What are we trying to maintain? Where did we bounce? We bounced 25s again, right? We're now at our 45 pivot from the newsletter chart. What does it say? Buyers want to maintain above 5545. We're looking for this to become supportive and hold. If we can hold here, what does it look like? Who's this guy here? This is our previous seller, right? That started this downtrend. So if we can make this supportive again, then we have the potential to push up.
Too fast for him. He just woke up.
I'm just looking at Mario's chart. Do you see what I'm seeing? We want to get rid of this seller that's to the left and make it a supportive buying level. If we failed to do that here, then we'll look back into this range where 45 then becomes resistance, and then we will trade back down to 25s. You see how we're above, we're in the yellow box now, but if that yellow box becomes resistance, then we're going to trade back down to the gray box. So what are we looking to do? Ideally hold the yellow box, right? build here for that push up into 63.75. For NQ, very similar thing where we're trying to make our 30s supportive. And if 30s can be supportive, then we have a chance to break out, to push back up to the highs. But if they continue to act as resistance, then there's really nothing here. We're just holding the 30-second opening range low as resistance right now from 911 to basically 930 is your 30-second opening range. And we have a potential 3-bar on the 15-minute on NQ. It can either be a 3-bar down or a 3-bar reversal, depending on if we're able to maintain our ETH low. This like 95 to 90 is kind of where we're continuing to look for bids. But if the offer steps in and makes it resistance, then we have a potential to come back down to our low. So again, yes, we are range bound, but we are holding at a very important area on ES. NQ, by far the most volatile name on the day, where we're watching to see if on a look below here, this becomes resistance for a push back down to the lows. And if we get our breakdown, we expect this 3-bar structure on the 15-minute to be very bearish. Retesting our lows now into this 980, or sorry, 880 PVZ. All right. I am going to be back in a bit. Hopefully you guys get a
Right.
break out here, but good luck.
See ya. So far, bottom of ranges, being supportive halfway backs here, middle of ranges. I want your 0 tick. back to lows, halfway back's rejected, lower low in Q here. Just a little seek into this liquidity. Same with ES. Cannot get back in range here quite quickly. We can look down. RTY holding. We do have a little bit of NQ structure at like 58 to 60 if we fail here. Then like 35 and then the lows 20. Yes, that structure is basically 39 and then really pour down until 32. If you accept back into this past auction that you've been trading in for the last 2 hours almost, we just look back up for rotations to the high. Gotta get over halfways. Little peak over 0 tick here. Yeah, even like into 52 or I know 55 is like the imbalance fill in that 15-minute ORH, but down into the Globex high might have to trade as well. Let's clean this whole thing up. But that does make sense. Another halfway back rejection. Yes, lower high in Q. We'll peek under range by Russell now. Yes, looking into value low, VWAP. NQ really no movement yet towards that 58 to 60. You know, it's so strange around with like NQ holding. I mean, Microsoft is holding fine as well. But yeah, Apple's coming down. Alright, this is the node structure below on NQ. We have no reaction at 58. So 35 to 40 is your look here. This is the trade into ES38, which we talked about. That did respect first initial node structure. This is basically moves complete. At least first legs. I would expect some buy side pressure here. Just look for lower highs. If we fail any buy side attempt, we put lower highs. Once again, you're looking for 30 on ES and NQ down into the daily lows towards 20, under 25. Here are your retests. Primarily just watching any of these ES tests towards 42 to 43.5. What happens with these fresh new sellers? So far, sellers are holding retest, but we did see a higher low there. Need to return to the lows and not be able to bid over that 42 ES for any continuation. I would expect most likely a lower low. But so far we are holding. First risk off area here for any shorts off lower highs. Bottom of node here, NQ. Basically to our 33 edge ES. Should be only runners left, if not fully out of shorts. There is our lower low on the day, NQ. Middle of node, ES. I would accept some buy side kind of pressure in this area. We watch ES 35, NQ, basically 35 as well for any lower highs, 35 to 40 NQ. If we can't get into any of this kind of imbalance, we just put in, you watch ES down into 26. That would be lower highs for NQ, failing like under 25, and ES at this 33.
shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Some minimal absorption here at the lows. Nothing super enticing yet. Still, just watching lower highs. Use your intraday structure. Remember our 25s NQ, 33s ES.
71 counterparties take $435.916 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Watching ES very closely here. RTY retesting. It's auction lows. ES still struggling 35s. NQ also struggling in 30s.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, who speaks in Winnipeg.
Light lower low Russell here. ESNQ still auctioning. 6 minutes till new 15s.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem.
Yes, back to 33. And Q back into these 30s as well. Basically need to see higher highs here. Clean up ES through 37. And we still have that 58 to, well, I guess above with that wick, like that 60 area in ES. Yeah, we have a decent amount, but Ty, I don't know if there are any people here right now. Yeah.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Macklem. The Bank of Canada's Macklem says we continue to think we don't need a large rise in the jobless rate to get inflation back to the target. And with inflation now much lower and the labour market rebalancing, we are starting to see evidence that wage growth is moderating. Some people are finding it harder to get a job, particularly young people and newcomers to Canada. The path to a soft landing for the economy has always been narrow, and we have yet to fully stick the landing. Macklem says we can't rule out new bumps, but increasingly we look to be on our way to hitting the target. Signs of financial stress are particularly evident among renters, who are often younger workers and newcomers. There is room for the Canadian economy to grow and add jobs, even as inflation moves closer to the 2% target. In assessing implications of wage growth for labor costs and inflation, it is important to separate out wage gains that reflect productivity improvements, and the government has some room to slow the growth of non permanent residents without tightening labor market too much. Going forward, we will be looking for wage growth to moderate further.
Here is ES looking into true daily lows. Your Globex low sitting 520, and then we have an imbalance fill into 16.5. Sellers want to see lower highs still holding under 33. If we get another leg, we can readjust and look at like this 25 to 27 area as your resistance. Same kind of deal with NQ. A little larger degree, like under structure for NQ, so you can watch 05, but I would prefer it up towards 15.
Canadian dollar holds on to earlier gains after Macklem's comments, up 0.2% on the day at 1.366 per US dollar.
ES back to 33. Really strong Russell move here back to value low. No higher high yet, ES and Q. Still just in pivots.
Oil futures strengthen with WTI rising by $1 a barrel to a session high of $81.75 a barrel.
Still no higher high, ES and Q.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Daily, who gives remarks on monetary policy and the economy, followed by a moderated Q&A. Text and Q&A are expected.
Yeah, there's like nothing to say here until we look above or below.
S&P Global Ratings report the US economic outlook sees milder growth ahead. At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Daily, who gives remarks on monetary policy and the economy, followed by a moderated Q&A. Text and Q&A are expected.
One minute till new 15s. We have Apple, Microsoft trading down towards low of range. Obviously NQES, no lower lows, no higher highs, nothing to say. Russell finding sellers at value low still.
One minute remaining. Ten seconds. So Fed's Daily says we have made a lot of progress on inflation and there's still work to do. Inflation is not the only risk. The bumpiness of inflation data so far this year has not inspired confidence. We must fully restore price stability without a painful disruption to the economy. If there are gradual declines in inflation and slow labor market rebalancing, then the Fed can normalize policy over time. If inflation falls rapidly or labor market softens more than expected, lowering policy rate would be necessary. If inflation falls more slowly than expected, policy rate may stay higher for longer. Policy has to be conditional and need to exhibit care. Nearer to a point where benign outcome on the labor market could be less likely. And at this point, we have a good labor market, not a frothy one. Restrained demand and not improved supply are likely needed to get inflation to 2% goal. Recent inflation readings are more encouraging, but it's hard to know if we're on track to sustainable price stability.
That's a whole lot of words. Middle of range here. Another look at the low of range here, ESNQ. So I'm not super interested in anything here. Two and a half minutes till new 15s. seconds still new 15s. I'd like to see a lift quite soon if we're going to get it. ES has a lot of buy side absorption for this entire like 6-point range under 30. And you kind of like need to squeeze those sellers out and get back into 45. Or I'm going to assume the bid runs out of ammo here. Russell back value low. NQ makes new low. Russell lift here, overvalue low, testing VWAP now, still just range bound ES and Q. Quite weak. This Russell move is what we really want to see on ES come through 30. I talked about a little bit ago.
Fed's Daily says at this point the risks to inflation and employment mandate are in better balance. Daly says preemptive cutting is something you do when you see risks, but right now the labor market is good. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.52 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.51 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $2.81. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $81.63 a barrel. That's up 90 cents or 1.11%.
Having a fun afternoon. Yeah. If someone says yes, give me your secret
Daily
sauce.
says there's no evidence that stagflation or a recession is in our future.
Be aware of this 26 on ES now. There is an offer that dropped into it pretty aggressively. See if these fresh kind of guys can get a bit off sides or what. Something those hanging out that would be beneficial for you guys to do is find your one most favorite play setup. Because if you guys remember into July here, we're going to do a slightly different class structure where we do kind of like play representation and like help out with journaling and creating a playbook. And today's kind of like class is primarily going to be like a brainstorming session. And maybe look into kind of like Mike Belfort has some stuff on creating a playbook, but just kind of like the intro to it. And I want to crowdsource kind of what setups we're looking for. So if it's volume profile setups, if it's price action structure, if it's some type of divergence setup, literally whatever it is, if you can go pull your favorite one or take this time to kind of go get examples of your favorite one, that will help us a lot because interaction is going to be needed in today's class. So you can do a little pre-work last hour and a half here. Top of range
Fed's
here.
Daily says the US
Want to
stock
see
market
lift
rallies
through
reflect
30.
enthusiasm for
Remember,
the future. It's very clear that monetary policy is restrictive.
I mean, if it can regain like 800 here, says you should see a trade like into 20, and then a retest of this area. There's
Brent
just
crude
like
futures settle at $86.01 a barrel. That's up
fuck.
77 cents or 0.9%.
This like 30 on ES has so much absorption as we sat down here. And there's literally nothing in terms of aggressive sellers in your next kind of like buy side pocket until like 44. So same idea. Like if ES can't hold this 30, this lower node structure, we should see like a full lift, and then NQ would be the same thing. At least up through 50, hopefully. Rejections here at top of ranges, we just are in the same thing, you know.
And Fed's Daily says an excess consumer saving has been largely exhausted, and we should see spending slowing.
At 30 is both NQ and ES.
Daily says the US economy has been remarkably resilient.
Remarkably. Buyers trying here on ES. We want some speed here. Our one kind of, I don't want to call it a problem or issue, but with RTY here at POC, you want to see like a really constructive auction here to give ESNQ time to like lift into it. If we do get that aggressiveness here. Like I said, this is our best look so far in the last like hour. Here's pure POC for Russell.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, do get the press conference with Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem following the event he was speaking at earlier, as he speaks to reporters next in just under 10 minutes time.
Give lift. Again, like we talked about a little bit ago, we want 20s to hold on NQ on any looks down, 30s on ES. And Russell to be able to auction this like 60 to 63 like POC zone. Here are your retests. Failure here, and we expect a trip down close to the lows. If we put a higher low, we need to see higher high.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We expect more comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, who speaks to reporters at a press conference. The Fed's daily notes that contacts are stating that AI is reducing costs, so it can be a deflationary force. Shortly expecting more comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem.
So far, so good here, but we need lift like very, very soon in the next minute or so.
So seeing reports that the Federal Reserve floats a weaker version of bank capital overhauls. So looking into this, the Federal Reserve has shown other US regulators a 3-page document of possible changes to their bank capital overhaul that would significantly lighten the load on Wall Street lenders. This is according to people familiar with the matter. So the revisions would walk back key parts of the landmark proposal, including one that might have had a large impact on banks with sizable trading businesses, according to people who asked not to be identified as the discussions are not yet public.
seeing a little bit of an underlying lift here. Microsoft higher high out of auction, Nvidia into POC. We gotta go if we're gonna go. Gotta go.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says there are a number of reasons to believe that there could be more supply shocks going forward than we've seen over the last 25 years.
Another rejection at the highs, trading down into low ranges. Russell's doing what we wanted, right? Holding 60, just auctioning here. Just can't see this ESNQ lift. Testing previous auctions below here, both ES and NQ. Back in this 30 area.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Bank of Canada is looking for further moderation in wage gains.
Seller's not showing as much interest down in 30s as we saw earlier in the day. Need to see full rotations here, lower highs, still put pressure back down on it. Five and a half minutes till final half hours.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says it is reasonable to expect further cuts. And the press conference with Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem has now ended.
3 minutes here. Well, 4 minutes till final 15s. 19 on the day. S15's opened here. NQ just still in this kind of flagging pattern. Same with ES. That is a little aggressive on the sell. Do we set new lows here right into the close? RTY coming into this VWAP value low area. This is our breakout previously in the day. Equal lows here, ES.
So looking out to the market on close imbalance, S&P 500, 1 billion to the buy side. Nasdaq 100, 360 million to the buy side. Dow 30, 175 million to the buy side. Mag 7 stocks, 100 million to the sell side.
Buyers still interested there? The retests here. Structural. 9 minutes on the day. Retrace back down to low. NQ seeking lower. See if we get another buy side reaction like we just saw. We're back to back here. If not, it's like an ES 19, 16 half. NQ has a VPOC to clean up to into 755. But if we get that full 16 half ES, I would expect NQ a little bit lower. That's kind of your main looks here. Seven. News? Yes. So today, what we're gonna do, Rory, is sorry, I have someone screaming in my ear. It's going to be kind of like the precursor. So I have we're gonna do like our market review, and then take time to watch kind of a video on to get your mindset set for the next couple classes, and then the last portion lasts like 15-20 minutes, is like brainstorming what setups we want to present through the month of July. I have some ideas. I'm sure Sig has some ideas too. But I want to hear what you guys like. It's going to be very imperative that we have a lot of interaction today and see how you guys are feeling. But yeah, we'll go more into depth obviously during class, but kind of the setup is like I want to do like max like 4 setups and have like a reversal setup or 2, a balance setup, and then a momentum setup. And I basically have those kind of planned already, but um, I want to see what you guys are thinking. And I think a lot of this will be clear once we kind of get through like the SMB video on like kind of goals. So yeah. Three minutes on the day. Yes, still seeking lower. This is first target 19. Remember 16.5 fills in balance.
So into the close here, US stocks extend their fall with the Nasdaq down over 1% now.
That cleans up first initial VPOC below on NQ, cleans up imbalance on ES. This is middle of LVN, this 15, kind of like your most aggressive structural hold here on ES. Single prints from Monday, clean up through 06. Remember, we clean those up overnight and open down there and trade back up, where you can call this LVN that we just traded down into basically cleaned for now. A little reminder here into the close. Sellers, you really want ES under this 06 LVN and to build out this lower distribution. Buyers want this back into our upper node that we spent balancing Thursday, Friday, and then most of today, and regain last week's anchored VWAP as well as POC and primary value area at 45 to 50 and push into that 63. That was the post made, man, what, like half hour ago, 45 minutes ago. So yeah, that's kind of the look here. Can we clean through 06 or not? All right, I'm gonna go eat some food. I will see you guys in about 30-35 minutes. And that's all I got. See you soon. Goodbye, friends.